It's a big world. Yet finding a place in it isn't easy. Every day, everywhere, animals stake their claim to an arbitrary piece of the planet. And once they've won their ground, they've got to fight to defend it or to expand it. Some go it alone. For others, it takes an army. However a turf war is fought, winning it provides another chance to survive the wild. Out on the wide Serengeti, this leopard would be perfectly happy to never see another of his kind. Ever secretive, Africa's most widely distributed cat can be found in at least 80 countries, if you can find him at all. He claims his territory and stays out of sight and doesn't take kindly to strangers. Unless she's a lady. His realm can overlap a female's, and when she's in the mood to mate, she perfumes the fringes of his turf to let him know. He'll step out of his territory to accept her invitation. The happy couple spends up to a 5-day honeymoon together, mating as often as every 15 minutes. And then they're done, back to their respective ranges. As the male prowls for prey, he reinforces his borders, leaving fresh scent markings to make would-be trespassers think twice. He needs a certain amount of space for self-defense. And the better the hunting, the less land he needs. Once he stakes it out, he'll fight like crazy to defend it. The borderlines are invisible but unmistakable to other leopards, marked with urine, feces, and discharge from the scent glands on his cheeks. And for good measure, he tags trees like a graffiti artist. With the borders secure and the sun going down, he sets out to grab dinner. In his own neighborhood, he knows the best places to eat. But he's not the only carnivore out tonight. To keep larger predators from stealing his kill, he drags it to the safety of a tree. Almost everything a leopard does, he does alone. As one of the smallest of the big cats, mastering his territory is as important to his survival as his teeth and claws. While the leopard is the cat that walks by himself, his distant cousins, lions, run their realm like a family business. By teaming up and sharing the spoils, a pride of lions can take down prey that outrun a single lion. In Kenya's Samburu National Reserve, a pride of lions reigns over its territory, hunting and defending it. Several females and their cubs make up the heart of the pride, which is led by one or sometimes two males. This male lion doesn't exert much effort as a parent, or even really as a hunter, but he's no slacker. He acts as border guard and protector of the pride. Spraying urine around the fringes of his kingdom to ward off pretenders to the throne. But females leave their marks too, which may complicate things. The male lion is trying to ward off any roaming males that may wander into his realm and catch a scent on a female ready to mate. Pride territory can vary from a few square miles to over 100. Boundaries shift slightly with the seasons and the movement of prey. Larger prides get the lion's share of the prime turf. Here comes trouble. This young nomadic male, charmed by the female's scent, heads towards them where they're resting with the pride's leader. That doesn't stop the frisky intruder. He ignores the warning signs and strides confidently into enemy territory, risking being maimed or killed. Today, youth beats experience. The challenger becomes the champion. The exiled old man will live the rest of his days in solitude. The pride's new leader, eager to get started, knows the females won't mate while they're still nursing their cubs. So why not just kill the cubs? Here's 3 good reasons. With his advances soundly rejected by the lion mothers, this young male must wait for now. The cubs are safe at the moment. But this fight is not over yet. Male lions will often kill the cubs of their predecessors so that the females will be ready to mate again. With the females fending off his advances for now, he waits for a good opportunity to present itself. There's a lot at stake, and his time as a leader may be limited until the next challenger finds a way into his domain to claim the throne. While big cats skirmish over borders, some of the smallest creatures wage some of the bitterest turf wars. Ants are so plentiful, it's been said they outweigh humans. Desert ants, by the hundreds of thousands, prosper in Arizona's sun-baked sand. Everyone has a job to do, and for some that job is capture and control, raiding other colonies like a well-trained army. Beneath the desert surface, out of the glare of the sun, ants faithfully serve one queen. Her only job is to lay all the colony's eggs. And she can lay up to 1,500 eggs a day. The larvae need protection, and that's the job of the carer ants. Worker ants stay busy scouting for food and supplies. While soldier ants defend the colony's territories. Unremarkable on the surface, each nest entrance leads to a series of passages which lead to a network of chambers for storing food or larvae. Deep down, the ant queen retires to her own royal chamber. In Arizona, the honey ants have a sweet solution to the challenge of desert living. Some members of the colony, called repletes, store nectar in their bellies, which swell to the size of grapes. Colony members feed the nectar to them during the good times and retrieve it during the lean times. The replete ants get so bloated they can't move. But now the colony's in crisis. It's not a food shortage, but a raid by a rival colony. Apparently, the desert's not big enough for both of them. The rival hordes overwhelm the colony. The chambers of the nest fall like dominoes until the invaders reach the queen. She comes to a sticky end. They'll eat the conquered enemy and take the larvae to their own nest to become their servants. And the bloated, replete ants? Well, tasty plunder. War is never pretty, no matter what the scale. And victory is always sweet at any size. Especially for this queen, whose loyal army is willing to die to expand her realm. Turf wars can happen anywhere, even where there's no turf. Competition for forest canopy real estate can be fierce. So the Malagasy paradise flycatcher has to be fiercer. He battles bullies way bigger than himself to keep his home in an exotic forest full of birds and tree-dwelling primates. The conflict unfolds on Madagascar, which split from the Indian peninsula around 88 million years ago. Thanks to the separation, the island has many species found nowhere else on Earth. This determined-looking character is a drongo bird. He's already laid claim to this neck of the woods and doesn't want to share it with the flycatchers. So, he's destroying their nest. Like the flycatchers, the drongo eats insects. While there's no shortage of these in the forest, the drongo doesn't like competition from other consumers. The homeless flycatcher couple must find a friendlier neighborhood. Once they've found it, the nest building begins anew. They need to complete it before they can begin the serious business of raising chicks. Now that they've settled in, they've got to defend their territory. But just when they thought they were safe, more trouble. This time, a fellow flycatcher, here to challenge the nesting male. The feathers fly as the male flycatcher tries to keep the intruder from mating with the female. In these skirmishes, no one usually gets hurt. After his earlier humiliation with the drongo, the flycatcher hardens his resolve. The intruder gives up. The male returns to the nest after holding his ground in the air. Territory may be the ultimate animal status symbol. It can convey physical strength, give access to the best food, and for guys, make the ladies swoon. The allure of territory is so strong that even Wildebeest, which carry out one of the world's most spectacular land migrations, want a piece of the action. On Kenya's 580 square mile Masai Mara National Reserve, the Mara River snakes its way across the plains. Each year, herds of wildebeest, millions strong, hoof it across the grassland in search of the fresher fields to satisfy their enormous appetite. Eventually, they reach one of the most treacherous points in their journey, the Mara River. It stops them dead in their tracks, almost literally considering the crocodile-infested waters before them. As the wildebeest numbers swell, one brave beast takes the plunge. The rest follow. A great many animals of the Masai Mara depend on the river. Right now, for the wildebeest, it's kind of in the way. But there's strength in numbers, and by bunching up and relying on swarm intelligence, they move ahead as one body despite the casualties. Back on the relative safety of dry land, the wildebeest take a break to eat. And while they're at it, males establish short-term territories. These private domains repel rival bulls while luring receptive calves. During the migration, there's plenty of both. At the border of his realm, this bull locks horns with his rival as they try to throw each other off balance. But bringing his opponent to his knees is beside the point because he's already there. Glands under the battling bull's eyes secrete a scent they rub on the ground to mark territorial gains. The headbutting looks brutal, but the beasts are built to take it. They strike at the sturdy base of their horns and avoid serious injury. This wrestling safeguards the overall health of the herd and might also increase the battling bull's hormone levels. Now that he's won his territory, only females may cross it. But love is a battlefield, and this cow won't surrender. Sorry, stud, not interested. The herd moves on, so the bull will have to abandon his passionate pasture. He'll soon find new territories to fight over, and the ritual will begin again. While the Wildebeest can't seem to get across the river fast enough during their annual migration, brown bears can hardly wait for the day to dive in. Within these lush North American forests, the rivers provide a lifeline all year long. And every summer, they become especially exciting for the bears. It's fishing season. The wild, untamed forests of Alaska are paradise to the wild, untamed brown bear. On his way to the river, this young male catches the scent of a female. Her mind's on the 2 cubs she has to feed. The male will soon find out she'll have no interest in him while the cubs are in the picture. Some bears find that reason enough to kill a female's cubs. But this bear cuts right to the chase, pursuing Mom. The young mother stands her ground. He finally gets it. No means no. Mama Grizzly and the cubs are safe, at least for now. It's the salmon run, the easiest fishing all year, as hundreds of thousands of salmon race upstream to spawn. If the mother and cubs hope to make it through the winter, they'd better gorge themselves this summer. One sockeye salmon has around 4,500 calories. An adult bear will eat about 30 of them a day. Narrows and rapids are the best place to catch them. Any Bruin with a brain knows that. There's no such thing as a secret fishing hole. Every bear stakes out his or her own spot on the river. And the competition for these mini territories is ferocious. The young mother will try to keep her cubs clear of the brawling. Male bears can weigh more than half a ton and stand over 6 feet tall. Their claws can exceed 3 inches. These territorial contests can turn vicious. First, the bears claw at each other's chest and shoulders. Then, if neither backs down, they switch it up to biting head and neck. That's if it gets really serious. With these two, like most of these clashes, it doesn't come down to mortal combat, but the stronger of the two bears triumphs and claims the prime location atop the rapids. There's still plenty for everyone. By eating the fattiest portions, the bear can pack on 400 pounds before hunkering down for his 5 to 6 month winter hibernation. The run only lasts from May to September. When it's done, the bears go their separate ways, avoiding each other as best they can, returning to their dens, at least till next year. On the other side of the world, where the terrain and environment couldn't be further from Alaska, gorillas face a different kind of territorial conflict. Their story begins in the borderland forests between Rwanda, Uganda, and the Congo. Gorilla country. This troop of male, female, and infant gorillas follows the leader through the mountainous forest range. He's the single dominant male known as the silverback. Like a strict camp counselor, he alone decides where the troop goes and when they eat. He also keeps them safe. The silverback didn't get where he is today by being a pushover. It starts early. Young gorillas may play fight with each other, but they aren't aggressive. Maybe one day one will become the new silverback. As the silverback moves through his territory, which could stretch as far as 16 square miles, his troop rarely strays from his sight. His mission isn't about protecting his borders, but providing the best food and quality of life for his troop. Food's abundant, so they seldom have to worry about going hungry or competing for plants to eat. fact, gorillas are pretty casual about their territories. Borders overlap with their neighbors, and females easily slip between troops to mate, which prevents inbreeding. As a male reaches sexual maturity, he may leave the troop and join a new one elsewhere, or he might stay in his troop and mate with a new female. As the silverback moves his troop to a new patch, he's in no particular hurry, sometimes relocating only a few hundred feet a day. Eventually, it's time to stop and make camp. Gorillas build simple nests in the trees for the young ones to sleep in. Older gorillas build nests on the ground. Despite their size, they need to be watchful for the few predators that threaten them. But these critically endangered primates face an even bigger challenge. For gorillas, the rainforest is a lush, all-you-can-eat paradise of leaves, fruit, bark, roots, and seeds. Some species also enjoy ants and termites, and raid termite nests to eat the larvae. But through development and human demand for resources, the boundaries of the rainforest are closing in. Their territory is shrinking. For now, the forest provides these highly social and intelligent animals with just about everything they need. With their fearless leader watching over them, the troop settles back into their timeless routine, at least for now. While the gorilla looks fierce, but is relatively placid, the hippopotamus is a sort of the opposite. A whimsical-looking creature with a nasty temper. Hippo spends 16 hours a day in the water, which is easy during the rainy season when there's plenty of water for everyone. But during the dry season, these social beasts can get more than a little feisty. In Kruger National Park in South Africa, a pleasant day in a puddle is almost ruined when a mysterious stranger comes to call. A hippo herd can number up to 40 individuals. And though they spend most of their time in the water, hippos can't swim or even float. On land, grazing areas are considered neutral territory. But the water can be a very different story. Hippos live segregated lives, females and youngsters in one area, bachelor males in another. Bachelor males, meanwhile, must respect the sole breeding rights of one dominant bull. Beyond being chief stud, the alpha bull keeps close watch over his herd's stretch of river. When a young male dares to trespass on the herd's territory, the chief hippo in charge is not amused. He makes his objection perfectly clear. But the challenger is undeterred and even stakes his claim by showering his dung around the place. This means war. Hippos sharpen their tusk-like teeth by grinding them together. Their canines can grow over a foot long, and their jaws can crush a crocodile. The old bull, who has everything to lose, isn't backing down. The challenger does his best, but the battle-tested old bull lands the most damaging blows. The whole herd watches as the young pretender turns tail. His chance at greatness ends in crushing defeat. Badly injured and in exile, he collapses under the baking sun. The dominant bull lives to fight another day. And now it's time to collect his prize, mating with any cow he wants. His next challenger could be his last, but he's already secured his legacy. While the alpha hippo throws his weight around in Africa's rivers, male northern elephant seals storm Pacific beaches. These almost 9,000-pound bulls look pretty laid back now, but only because they're saving strength for the territorial battles to come. They've spent most of the year at sea, fattening up to prepare for the breeding season when they'll lose 1/3 of their body weight. Now, with the onset of winter, the bulls return to the coast. The remote beaches and isolated islands of California's Año Nuevo State Park are home to some of the northern elephant seal's largest breeding colonies. A male hauls onto the beach where he was born with a singular objective: to sire offspring of his own. It's a goal he shares with other competing bulls. The question is, where are the females? They're on their way, but before they arrive, the males must compete over the best territories which attract the most females. Once a bull wins his territory, he won't even leave it to eat. Hoping to claim a quiet place of his own, this young male tests his luck against an imposing senior bull. When the older bull's had enough, he lets loose a terrifying roar which subdues his opponent. But the competition's only just begun. The females finally arrive, about to give birth and not yet in mating mood. The males guard the mums-to-be, knowing they'll be receptive after the pups come. The bull's patience is about to pay off. After about a month, the pups are weaned and his harem is ready to breed. But a male on the fringes of his territory tries to mate with one of his females. Not on this guy's watch. The dominant bull issues a warning and sends him packing. The triumphant bull returns to his harem and a busy period of mating. Up to 50 cows might join his harem. The mating period lasts only 5 weeks. And once it's done, the territories and the fights are forgotten. As winter turns to spring, bulls, cows, and their pups leave the beach for the open ocean. But not before enjoying a well-earned rest. Nature speaks many tongues, in many voices. Or with no voice at all. Across the face of the planet, animals express themselves through roar, or click, or scent, or touch. In secret languages shared only with their own, to feed off rivals. Summon the troops. Find a mate. Or sound the dinner bell. Communication tactics as diverse as life itself. Getting the message across is one of the animal kingdom's most complex ways to survive the wild. The largest wild member of the canine family, the grey wolf, haunts storybooks and lurks in legends. But in truth, he's a family man who likes to keep in touch. Social animals, wolves prefer to live in tightly knit packs. With posturing, licking, and play fighting, pack members reaffirm their place in the hierarchy. And when they have something to say to their pack mates, they say it. Tipping his head back, his call of the wild can project up to 6 miles. A howling wolf might declare territory, identify himself, or call his pack. In the United States, amid the dense forests and open prairies of Montana, a howl tells the scattered wolf pack that it's time to get to work. The rallying call summons the pack for the hunt. Their territory can spread hundreds of miles. They catch the scent of a herd of bison in their range. The ancient clash of predator and prey begins. Each knows its role. The wolves draw as close as they can. They might trail the herd for days before striking. Detecting the threat, the bison close ranks, standing their ground. Now that they are close, the wolves prefer the herd to move before they can attack. It's a waiting game. The hunting party knows the bison will eventually panic and bolt. And when it does, the wolf pack targets its most vulnerable members, the calves. The bison have speed and strength on their side, but the wolves drive them into swampy ground, slowing the escape and separating their target from the herd's protection. One wolf makes the kill, but the whole pack will share it. The alpha male and female who led the hunt get first dibs. While the pack feeds, At the den, an older sister babysits the wolf pups and waits for dinner. The pups are carefree, but she can't let her guard down. In these woods, wolves are not the only predators. When a black bear wanders into her range, the pups are suddenly in danger. She barks out an alarm. Heeding the call, the hunting party rushes back, harassing the black bear and driving him from their range. Whether it comes to scaring up a meal or scaring off enemies, clear communication keeps this wolf pack running smoothly. Out on the wide prairie, wolves howl to keep in touch. Deep at sea, sperm whales have their own ways of making long-distance calls. Stretching longer than a school bus and weighing as much as a small Boeing 737 aircraft. Sperm whales are the largest toothed predators on the planet. Gracefully traversing the seas, they have more to boast about than their enormous size. These whales are among the world's most sophisticated communicators. Separate pods of sperm whales make up a clan, which can range over hundreds of miles. Each member speaks the clan's distinctive dialect, different from other clans. They also share clan rules, which they transmit across the vast ocean. This talent for communication has led to an astonishing outcome: the development of sperm whale culture. In the North Atlantic, a pod of sperm whales goes about its daily routine. In this pod, all the females, not just the mothers, take care of the calves. That's how it's done in the North Atlantic, but not necessarily in other oceans. This Atlantic clan is so widespread that its members may never meet one another. So, how do they share their culture? It doesn't hurt to be one of the loudest animals on the planet. The whale's enormous head contains organs filled with a fluid called spermaceti and other sacs full of air. They amplify the whale's rapid-fire clicking, which travels up to 37 miles through the water. These whales converse by stringing their clicks together to form a phrase or coda. That's their dialect. Whales in a clan share common codas, but each whale also has a unique signature coda. This big whale small talk helps whales identify each other in the gloom. And the pod can use its clicks or echolocation to map the dark underwater terrain and find food. But sometimes community spirit can backfire. This whale, stranded in shallow water, sent out a distress call. That can draw the rest of the well-meaning pod, placing them all at risk of stranding too. Luckily, not this time. Whales have found their way into legends and lore since the days of the ancient seafarers. Today, as we learn more about them, we realize they're more fantastic than anyone had ever imagined. While the clicks of the whales transmit culture, the clucks of one Scottish bird send a message of love. The Capercaillie is no turkey. The largest of the grouse family, he's a ground-dwelling forest bird who's willing to fight a duel to win a mate. But first he must find her. The drably coloured hens keep a low profile, so it's up to him to make a statement. Beside his flashy fan of tail feathers, he has a beautiful singing voice. At least the hens might think so. It just has to be better than any rival suitors. The ritual plays out in northeast Scotland, where the ancient forests of the Cairngorm National Park provide the perfect stage. Here, Capercaillies generally spend much of their time eating leaves and insects, but spring is coming, and this fellow has other ideas. The females in his range are not always easy to spot, so he attempts to lure them with his love song. Instead of a mating partner, the male's unique aria attracts a rival. Their conflict begins with a competition to outcall one another. When that strategy fails, the threat escalates. They circle each other like prize fighters, squawking the whole time. They fan their tails and ruffle their feathers to exaggerate their size. If neither backs down, they go at it with claws and beaks. The loser limps away, while his rival gets the girl. The defeated Capercaillie is down, but not out. The breeding season's just begun, so he still has a chance to prove his manliness in another territory. He finds a place with no challenges, and at least one semi-interested hen. He gives it his all. The same moves that intimidate rivals, hens find sexy. He has her attention. Now, he's got to bring it home. His tail feathers fan the flames of her desire. He's found his mate. Despite the male's earlier defeat, his perseverance has paid off. And so has his ability to communicate his virility. In Scotland, the Capercaillie is preoccupied with the birds and the bees. On the other side of the world, bees are more concerned with making a living. A strict division of labor keeps bee society buzzing, and communication plays a crucial role. Especially when change is in the wind. In southern Kenya, on the vast savanna of Amboseli National Park, a growing hive has reached a turning point. It's gotten too big, so the queen has left to form a new colony, taking most of her subjects with her. She's the only bee who can produce new workers. But the hyper-organized bees in her old hive have a succession plan. A new queen emerges from their ranks. Without a moment to waste, she gets straight to work. Her reign begins with her coronation. Touring the hive, she heralds her arrival by spreading her pheromone, ensuring her subjects' loyalty. Each honeybee performs a certain task in service of the hive. The crucial role of workers, all females, is gathering food. Each worker can carry up to half her body weight in pollen, which he stuffs into pockets on her legs. And her long tongue can lap up nectar to feed the colony. But when she's picked over the neighborhood flowers, she must find new resources further afield. Her mission can take her more than 3,900 feet from the hive. The scout returns in triumph. She's found a flowery feast. She communicates the address by performing a waggle dance. Her figure-8 display, how she aligns her body in relation to the sun, and the vigor of her waggle dance conveys the coordinates and size of her life-saving discovery. Armed with the knowledge, the workers head out to the pollen source to restock the hive's dwindling pantry. But suddenly there's a wrinkle in their plan, or quite a few wrinkles. A herd of elephants grazing in the area closes in on the hive. As they knock down trees to reach the most tender leaves, the tree with the hive could be next. Not today. The guard bees emit distress pheromones to alert the hive of impending danger. The elephants have size, but the bees have numbers. When a bee sting penetrates a vulnerable spot on the elephant's tough skin, it leaves a chemical marker that attracts more bees to the site. The resulting swarm drives the elephants away. Once again, the bee's ability to communicate saves the day. Honeybee's black and yellow color tells enemies they'd best keep away, whereas chameleons use color to say all sorts of things. Moving undetected, this chameleon closes in on its prey. More than 70 species of chameleon live on Madagascar. Each communicates with color. Many plants and animals on this isolated island live nowhere else in the world. About twice the size of the UK, Madagascar is home to 5% of all plant and animal species, including nearly half of all chameleon species. Sometimes called the eighth continent, Madagascar has a range of climates and geographic niches, with different chameleon species adapting to almost all of them. Using camouflage to sneak up on prey, it's just half the story of these color-changing lizards. Chameleons also shift color to communicate with other chameleons. In fact, rather than blending in, chameleons spend much of their energy doing exactly the opposite. Using their own form of colorful language, chameleons silently converse with one another, revealing their intentions from courtship to competition. This artistic language allows the lizards to establish dominance without the risk of open conflict. That's what these guys are trying to do. But when neither lizard is willing to change his aggressively bright coloration to signal submission, they fight and both lose. Chameleon skin cells contain nanoscale crystals. The chameleon can expand or shrink the space between these crystals, rapidly altering the color of light they reflect and therefore the color of his skin. Females flash certain colors when they're ready to mate. This female's drab colors are just what this male is looking for. This male, however, is pressing his luck. The female's coloration clearly states she's not interested. If he didn't get the message before, she makes her point now. He'll have to wait. But thanks to this species' amazing strategy of color-based communication, he will know when the time is right. From the island of Madagascar to the island continent of Australia, residents find ways of expressing themselves. Up to 20 eastern grey kangaroos can live in a mob, making them the most social of the roos. Getting along means being able to communicate. They live across the vast spaces of eastern Australia, including Victoria's Alpine National Park. The alpha male, heavily muscled and standing over 7 feet tall, communicates his rank by just showing up. He alone has the right to mate. Subordinate males, along with females and their young joeys, make up the rest of the mob. They reinforce their social bonds by grooming each other. But just because the alpha male's in charge of mating doesn't mean there's no tension among the lower ranks. When the females are ready to mate, the subordinate males get excited. They fight for the right to pair up with her and tend to her like a manservant. And that's almost as good as being alpha. The companion can stick by her side until she's ready to breed, then sneak in a fast one when the alpha's not looking. On occasions when the alpha male is challenged, he'll assert his dominance by arching his back, walking on all fours, or rubbing his chest on the ground, all to intimidate his would-be rival. A short cough from the challenger announces his surrender, avoiding the need for a fight. Within their range, the kangaroos know few natural predators, except for dingoes. But even then, the kangaroo's social network protects them. The bigger the kangaroo mob, the more eyes and ears to watch and listen for danger. That doesn't stop the dingoes from trying. But they don't get too close before they're spotted. And the roos employ their go-to defensive strategy, bounding away at over 30 miles per hour. And those powerful legs can thump the ground to sound a warning to the mob or to scare off predators. A smaller, newer predator also poses a threat. the fox. Introduced to Australia in the 1870s for sport hunting, targets the vulnerable joeys. But the kangaroos, constantly on the move, constantly vigilant and constantly communicating, continue to thrive. Away from the grasslands on Australia's coastline, another group of residents communicates by land and sea. Slow and cumbersome when sunning themselves on land, sea lions get positively slippery when wet. Transforming into agile marine predators rightly named the lions of the sea. Like their land-based counterparts, sea lions are highly social and excellent communicators through honks, barks, and roars. In fact, they bark for a lot of reasons, making for quite a noisy colony. For this pup, the vital lesson of communication comes early. When his mum returns from a fishing trip, he must find her within the sprawling colony so that he can nurse. He can't see well, so he's learned to recognize her unique call above the din, and she can pick out his. The island is crawling with nursing mothers, but each only looks after her own pup. Australian sea lions live strictly along the western and southern coasts. They breed on land but hunt individually in the water, foraging close to the shore. When pickings get slim, the sea lions must move further out to sea. If they expect to eat today, they'll need to work as a team. They're in luck. They join a passing dolphin pod herding a school of fish. There's plenty for everyone. No one knows if dolphins and sea lions communicate with one another, but they make a great team. Keeping the school from scattering, they take turns capturing mouthfuls of fish. Sea lions can hear far beyond the range of humans, and underwater they use their whiskers, or vibrissae, to pick up subtle vibrations from prey or predators. Bellies full, they return to shore. Now, the males communicate in a different way, brawling. They fight for dominance and to impress the females. The winner gets his pick of the calves. Finally, the winning bull and cow seal the deal. Males can weigh 770 pounds, more than twice the weight of females, making the most of the 24-hour when she is in estrus. As the breeding season ends, calmness prevails. It's no secret that African elephants are the largest living land mammal. What's less obvious is the fact that these icons of the savannah are colossal communicators too. This herd follows its matriarch, generally the oldest female. She's a woman of few words who leads by example. With each member of the herd needing to drink vast quantities every day, a constant priority for the matriarch is finding water. Since a grown elephant drinks about an oil barrel full of water a day, the herd needs a dependable source. As water holes dry up, the matriarch leads the herd to distant drinking spots she remembers from years past. She could live to be 70. In this especially long, dry season, the herd needs to keep moving to quench its thirst. Elephants not only use their feet to commute, but also to communicate. By pressing their front feet to the ground, elephants may pick up seismic vibrations that travel through their bones into the middle ear. They might be able to detect an alarm or mating call up to 9 miles away. In northwest Namibia, elephants in the Etosha National Park put their communication strategies into action. The matriarch has guided the herd to a waterhole. But the elephants aren't the only thirsty visitors there. The herd warily stands its ground, but not for long. The risk to the elephant calves is too great. The elephants play it safe and abandon the waterhole to the lions. But the retreat has come at a cost. One of the males got separated from the herd that's now far away. Using a location call like a mayday signal, he attempts to make contact. The low-frequency sound, inaudible to humans, carries across the savannah. When the matriarch replies, the lost male sets his course. They reunite at a new water source. Delighting in each other's company, the herd chats in their most quiet and intimate ways by touch and smell. Their powerful trunks give them a remarkably keen sense of smell to read each other's chemical signals. They're also capable of gentle touch, which helps strengthen the herd's bond. That's especially important between mother and calf. Elephants' subtle ways of communicating build lifelong bonds that even distance can't erase. For elephants and for so many others, communication is power. It builds loyalties, defines enemies, and allows them to declare their place in the world. It's the closest thing to immortality. And nature makes it a contest. Awarding mating rights to the strongest or the most talented, or the best smelling. Or maybe just the one who gets there first. Animals will put themselves at risk for the chance to breed, driven to devise their most seductive methods to survive the wild. Giraffes are so tall, they can see into the future. From their perspective above the savannah, these living watchtowers often see danger first. If they balk, so does everyone else. But this time of year, they've got more on their minds than lions and leaf eating. In South Africa's Kruger National Park, it's giraffe mating season. The recent rains have brought the landscape to life. In this time of plenty, the bull knows he stands the best chance to find a mate. A young female catches his eye, but he needs to be sure she's breeding material. He's not too shy to check. To see if she's in heat, he nudges his head against her backside, prodding her to urinate. He can taste and smell if she's fertile. This doe is good to go, but she's no pushover. With the persistent bull glued to her backside, she wanders through the herd to see if a more attractive suitor will step forward. Her strategy's working. This fellow falls for her charms. With two suitors on her tail, she can test which is the most worthy. While she looks on, the rival bulls face off. They start slowly, prodding each other. If neither of them backs down, the long-necked Lotharios come out swinging. Among giraffes, length matters. Their necks might have evolved as a weapon for these sexual contests. The shorter-necked rival concedes. The original bull has proven his valor. Now he can claim his prize. While the courtship is complicated, the mating takes only a few seconds. But the whole ritual assures that the strongest male in the herd gets to continue his bloodline. From long-necked giants to tiny eight-legged lovers, nature provides perfect pairings. For some people, the only thing more disturbing than spiders is the thought of spiders having sex. It happens more than anyone realizes. At least 6 new species of peacock spiders weren't discovered until 2016. About the length of a grain of rice, these amorous arachnids perform a dance that one of their lives depends on. They live almost exclusively in Australia. In the unspoiled bushland of the Blue Mountains, a peacock spider mating ritual begins. This male is on the lookout for a mate. He's more brightly colored than the hard-to-find female. And he can't see very well despite his 8 eyes. Still, somehow he spots her and cautiously approaches. She appears to welcome his advances. He cautiously begins to court her, though the budding romance can quickly go pear-shaped. During his love dance, he'll fan the colorful extensions of his abdomen like the tail of a peacock. Some species also vibrate as they dance. If the female doesn't like his act or isn't interested in the first place, she could end the show by eating him. Today, he's in luck. She's enjoying the performance. Encouraged, he continues. He might have to prove he's fit and worthy by dancing for almost an hour. And all the while, he needs to be ready to leap to safety should his audience change her mind. The peacock spider's seductive dance has rarely been caught on camera. The female will mate with only the best dancers because good dancing means good genes. But even if he were Gene Kelly, she still might devour him if she's just not in the mood. But if he succeeds, he'll have passed his talents to his heirs. And that's the point, after all. While the male peacock spider performs his dance of love, in another part of Australia, an even more stimulating mating ritual is underway. It's not difficult to see why fruit bats are also called flying foxes. They're the largest bats with a wingspan almost as wide as a bald eagle's. Unlike their relatives that gobble insects or sip nectar, fruit bats mainly eat fruit. And while they might enjoy lapping up fruit juice, they also use their tongues in a provocative mating ritual. In Queensland, Australia, in the Jardine River National Park, the bats begin their ritual. Viewer discretion advised. All winter, flying foxes live in large single-sex colonies. But come summer, mating season, all that changes. Swarming together in their thousands, the bats have no shortage of potential mates. In all the seeming confusion, the males perform feats of aerial acrobatics to demonstrate their fitness to the females. Scent glands on the male's shoulders might bolster their sex appeal. The female then picks out a suitably agile and musky male. They settle into a relatively quiet roost within the trees to begin mating. Being bats, they copulate upside down. But before they get to that, the male performs an act unknown to almost any other mammal: oral sex. In some species of fruit bat, the female returns the favor. The saliva might disinfect against bacteria or chlamydia, or the action may prolong the mating time, increasing the chance of fertilization. When the male senses the female is ready to mate, he moves behind and embraces her, pinning her wings and biting her neck. In about 20 seconds, he's done, and she goes off to look for another mate. And another. The easy part's done. She'll delay her pregnancy until spring, then finally give birth to a single pup, which she'll have to carry around on her flights for 6 weeks until it can manage on its own. With only one baby a year, and with male flying foxes not sexually mature until later in their 30-year lifespan, these bats reproduce slowly, despite their enthusiasm. The forests of Australia are ripe with mating strategies. Even drowsy koalas join in. Koalas eat nothing but slightly toxic, hard to digest, barely nutritional eucalyptus leaves. So, who would blame him for sleeping up to 22 hours a day? But when he's not eating or sleeping, he's energized by his urge to mate. For this young Joey, the breeding season means the time's coming to stop clinging to mum and start eating and sleeping on his own. Because mother will soon be pregnant again. Northwest of Sydney, Australia, in the Wollemi National Park, the koala breeding season has arrived. From August through February, this fellow puts his solitary life on hold to find a mate. Relocating to a neighborhood with eligible females is one of the few times he's motivated to leave the safety of the branches. On the ground, he's an easy target for dingoes, dogs, or foxes. So he's anxious to return to the trees as soon as he can. As he climbs, scent glands on his chest advertise him to any females in the area, while also spelling a warning for rival males to keep clear. Hidden in the trees, he uses his voice to serenade interested females. A recently discovered vocal organ lets him unleash a hiccup-like bellow that announces his size and fitness. Females aren't attracted just to the largest males with the loudest bellows. For koalas, size isn't everything. The ladies enjoy variety from year to year. Homing in on the bellows of new males ensures genetic diversity. The choosy females reject more mates than they accept. So he goes on a lot of bad dates. Resoundingly rejected by this female, he retreats before he gets badly scratched. Cutting his losses, he will wait for now, conserving his energy before seeking a more willing partner. Maybe he'll find romance in the moonlight. And so he has. She invites him up. Koalas aren't monogamous. But that doesn't mean she won't select him again later in the season or next year. But until then, he'll have plenty of time to rest and get ready. When koalas aren't mating, they just want to be left alone. And that's probably the only thing koalas have in common with tigers. Tigers, the biggest of the big cats, live solitary lives. And when these predators meet, it is typically for one of two reasons: to fight or to mate. In Rajasthan, northern India, Bengal tigers rule Ranthambore National Park. This restless female prowls the fringes of her territory. She is on the hunt, but not for game. she's in a breeding mood. She advertises for her position by spraying urine and scraping trees so males in neighboring territories can find her. She punctuates her campaign of scratches and smells with urgent yowling. Surely that will bring the suitors? Female tigers routinely mark their turf. But just before they begin estrus, they do it more frequently. And the scent is different to tip off the males. It works. A male has caught her scent and seeks her out. He crosses into her territory. When the pair finally meet, the female is naturally cautious. He's considerably larger, and she won't risk a fight. But he makes his intention clear. He courts her by following closely. The act of mating makes her fertile, so he'll keep at it over the next 5 or 6 days. If a rival shows up in the meantime, they'll fight over her. When she's ready to mate, she lies down in front of him. They touch whiskers and nibble at each other before he mounts her. Their short, frequent matings ensure she conceives. When the time comes, the two part ways, returning to their solitary lifestyles. As the male heads back to his territory, he remains vigilant for signs of other females. He must be ready if the opportunity presents itself again. While future tiger mums actively seek their mates, green sea turtles arrange a rendezvous. Sea turtles have plied the world's oceans for over 100 billion years, so they must know a thing or two about successful mating. But that doesn't make it easy. As the mating season approaches, this male green sea turtle must swim up to 600 miles to find a partner. Off the coast of northeastern Australia, Heron Island within the Great Barrier Reef is his annual destination. Weeks after he started his journey from as far away as Indonesia, he arrives. The island is the ancestral nesting site for females who'll soon be arriving in a mating mood. So, he waits. When the first female arrives, he's quick to approach her. They won't be alone for long. Soon enough, his competition arrives. While he holds tight, they ram and bite his tail and flippers, hoping to knock him off the female. He's helpless to fend them off. Using his claws and all his strength to monopolize his mate, he clings on and endures the attacks until the female makes the break. But it's not like he won't have other chances. Females outnumber males, and they both aim to breed with as many partners as possible. Still, he wants to do the job right. His penis can be almost half the length of his shell, and he can cling to the female's back for up to 24 hours or until she decides she's had enough of him. Female green sea turtles can store sperm for months in the long passageways leading to their ovaries. Sperm from multiple males might compete in her oviducts, ensuring genetic diversity. Once the male's finished mating, he makes his way back to the open waters. For the female, the test of endurance has just begun. Along with others, she laboriously drags herself ashore on the same beach where she was born. Her strategy, like her mother's before her, is to safely bury her clutch of as many as 200 fertilized eggs. She returns to the water. The eggs and hatchlings are on their own now. While male sea turtles will return to the island next year, the egg-laying females won't be back for several years, so they can regain their strength. When it comes to long-distance romance, sea turtles aren't the only ones who must cover a lot of ground. Possibly the world's most iconic butterfly, the monarch or wanderer is famous for its striking pattern and its epic migration. For many, the odyssey begins near the United States border in Canada's Algonquin Provincial Park. The end of one monarch generation marks the beginning of another. As their butterfly parents die off, new caterpillars emerge from eggs laid on the underside of milkweed leaves. They come into the world ravenous. Over the next 2 weeks, the caterpillars gorge themselves on milkweed, their only food. They'll grow almost 3,000 times their original size. At 3 weeks, they enter the chrysalis stage and undergo one of the most dramatic transformations in the animal kingdom. At about week 5, it's the end of the world for the chrysalis, but the butterfly's life has just begun. While the caterpillars were built to feed, the butterflies are built to breed. They live just a few weeks, mating and laying eggs. The cycle repeats several times until a special generation emerges, the migration generation. Migrating monarchs must preserve their species over the harsh winter months. Instead of mating, they use their energy to take to the skies. Millions of them flock over 3,000 miles to the warmer climes of Mexico. Astonishingly, while this generation has never been here before, they arrive on the same grounds used by their great-grandparents. But this is no time to celebrate. Even in these warmer climes, winter remains a threat and mating remains on hold. Massing together on tree branches, the butterflies pool their body heat to protect each other from the elements. But the weight of so many butterflies can tragically snap weaker branches, causing casualties. For those who make it through the winter, spring heralds a frenzy of breeding. After mid-air courting, the male takes the female to ground where he stays attached to her for up to several hours. He deposits a nutritious capsule of sperm to fertilize her eggs and give her the stamina to lay them. After mating, they start on the homeward journey. But these butterflies will not make it back. Worn out from their long migration and the ravages of winter, they will lay eggs en route before dying, leaving it up to the next generation to continue the never-ending journey of their species. While monarchs flutter across the new world, in Africa, another colorful mob starts a new generation. The salty, alkaline waters of Africa's volcanic lakes feed vast and rosy blooms of algae. Which in turn feed almost equally rosy flocks of hungry birds, flamingos. Thermal geysers provide spa-like conditions which only add to the appeal of the place. But they haven't really come for the food and a warm soak. The real reason for their gathering is about to become clear. In Kenya, the salty waters of Lake Bogoria are set to host one of the largest gatherings of flamingos in the world. As the numbers of these elegant wading birds swell around the steaming geysers, things are about to get even steamier. It's mating time, and looking good is a top priority for these famously fancy birds. They get their blush from pigments in the plankton they eat. Pink flamingos may be more popular than not-so-pink ones. They gather by the hundreds of thousands, like a massive singles bar, each one looking to pair up. Then suddenly, everyone hits the dance floor, with males and females trying to impress each other with their funky moves. Classics include the head flag and the twist preen. Eventually, guys and girls pair up and find a quieter spot. Despite their penchant for huge crowds, flamingos are thought to be monogamous. All the couples will raise their chicks at the same time. In the wild, whether fending off an invader or competing against one of their own, animals must be able to fight. Survival of the fittest often comes down to the triumph of the most aggressive. Some seize power, others inherit it. And the rest respect it. Because conflict ultimately benefits the species. It's one of the key strategies to survive the wild. If you want to visit your closest relatives, you'll find them here, in the woodlands, rainforests and grasslands of Central Africa. Chimpanzees. We share about 99% of our genetic blueprint. And also much of our behavior. For better or worse. In Tanzania's Gombe Stream National Park, some of the more aggressive tendencies play out. Chimp communities can shift and change, but a single male is always chief chimp in charge. And now, an ambitious subordinate dares to challenge him. The alpha chimp will have to remind him who's boss. Champ and challenger face off through a series of escalating threats. That's usually enough to intimidate the opponent. But not this time. When the challenger refuses to back down, the alpha must resort to the most extreme and risky strategy, direct combat. Chimps are tough. If a male chimp were human size, he'd be twice as strong as us. But brute strength comes at the cost of finer control. meaning a chimpanzee might kill when he only meant to harm. Today, it doesn't come to that. The alpha keeps his rank, and the challenger lives to fight another day. Aggression doesn't just keep chimps in line. It's also the glue that enables chimps to perform a rare primate behavior: group hunting. The chimps discover a tribe of colobus monkeys. Though chimps mainly eat fruit, in some areas their craving for colobus have driven the monkeys almost to extinction. The alpha chimp launches the attack, chasing the smaller, faster monkeys through the canopy. Each member of the chimpanzee troop knows his role in the hunt, strategically cornering the prey. The alpha throws the colobus to its death. The hunters share the kill, each waiting his turn to eat. These strict rules, strictly enforced, hold the chimp society together for everyone's benefit. When everyone knows how he's expected to behave, daily life runs a little more smoothly. And that's not just true for chimps. South of the steamy rainforest and into the desolate lands, one of Africa's most charming desert dwellers reveals a more serious side. The meerkat. Beloved for their distinctive upright stance, meerkats keep a constant lookout for danger. But it's not just predators they're looking for. Meerkats depend on each other to eke out a living in their harsh habitat. Their clans, up to 50 members strong, are governed by threat, aggression, and submission. At the top of the chain of command stands a single dominant female, the matriarch. In the semi-arid savanna of Botswana's Kalahari Desert, the meerkat matriarch exerts her authority. Most of the clan's pups are hers, but they're raised by the other females. If a lower female gets pregnant, she or her pups could be killed. In fact, meerkats are among the world's most murderous mammals. matriarch joins the hunt with the rest of the adults, digging for insects and small animals. They can excavate their body's weight worth of sand in just a few seconds. But today they've come up empty. Until a tasty scorpion wanders by. Meerkats are immune to their venom. A subordinate female makes the catch. But the matriarch calls dibs, snatching the kill for herself. Squabbles like that are all in a day's work for meerkats. No one messes with Mama. But the other females fight for rank beneath her. A matriarch is usually larger and stronger than the females she rules. And she keeps subordinates in place by scolding, scratching, and biting. The occasional hip slam reminds potential rivals who's the boss. But when they detect an outside threat, internal disputes get put on hold. A mole snake slithers too close to the meerkat's burrow. And the clan rallies to defend its home. They mob the snake, raising their tails and arching their backs to look larger and scarier. The snake's not buying it. Darting back into their burrow, they mount a last line of defense at the entrance. The snake moves on, but the meerkats keep their guard up. The aggressive meerkat matriarch runs a tight ship. But it's nothing compared to the rigid rules of her African neighbors. The spotted hyena. The largest and most gregarious of hyena species, spotted hyenas live in clans of up to 130. Despite that, instead of being cooperative, clan members openly compete. In Kenya's Masai Mara National Reserve, a spotted hyena clan goes about its business. As night falls over the Masai Mara, the clan's about to welcome some new members. As the dominant female gives birth to 2 pups. Both are daughters, both born to rule. Except the matriarch can have only one heir. And almost from the moment of birth, one daughter proves she's fit for the role, bullying her smaller sister. Her ferocity wins the dominant pup better access to her mother's nipple, so she'll grow stronger than her sister. But little sister still has status. So long as their mother remains the alpha, they automatically outrank all other clan members, even adults. While the matriarch and her pups enjoy their status, the subordinate females in the clan try to win status of their own. They threaten and tangle with each other to gain an earlier chance to eat after the alphas are done. As we're not hyenas, it's tough to tell a male from a female, owing to the female's pseudo-penis. Why they have it is anyone's guess, but it's thought to have something to do with male hormones, since larger, more aggressive females have the advantage in the clan. A lone male enters the clan's territory, his flattened ears and tucked tail revealing his fear. If the clan accepts him, his life will be a little easier. But for now, he cautiously remains on the periphery, scavenging the group's scraps. In hyena society, outside males rank the lowest of the low. It beats a life of solitary scavenging and being potential prey. He makes his cautious approach. But the clan wants nothing to do with him. They drive him away in no uncertain terms. Even though leaving his birth clan lowers his rank, he probably did it to increase his chances of mating with an outside clan. Maybe it'll pay off. A world away from the African savannah, In the boreal forests of North America roam the elk. One of the largest members of the deer family. On this continent, elk are one of the largest animals, period. Living peacefully for most of their time in single-sex gangs, these mighty animals come together to breed once a year. And then things aren't so peaceful. In Yellowstone National Park, the elk breeding season, known as the rut, is about to begin. In summertime, the high mountain grazing grounds provide elk with plenty to eat. And once they're well fed, the bulls and cows will come together to satisfy a different appetite. It all seems quiet now, but only the fittest males will win the right to mate. And the contest is starting. It's all about the antlers. The bigger, the better. These racks of pointed bone signal the male's virility and can weigh nearly 44 pounds. Each spring they fall off and then grow back a little larger, just in time for the rut. The season's been kind to this fortunate male. He's attracted a harem of over a dozen females. But keeping them is the hard part. A challenger has entered their range. He circles on the perimeter, sizing up his competition. Then they get into it. The harem master drives off his rival, proving he's fit for the role. Antlers serve as both weapon and shield. If a bull can penetrate his rival's guard, the tines can inflict devastating injury. Though that's not the intention of the brawl. The winner overpowers his opponent through wrestling and twisting. The harem remains under the bull's control, but he has to work fast. female elk will only be receptive to a male's advances for 1 or 2 days, so the bull has to pay close attention. While guarding his harem, he rarely eats and may lose up to 20% of his body weight, or 220 pounds. As he loses weight, his ability to defend his position diminishes. Time is of the essence, but for now, he has no choice but to wait. While North American elk battle over mating rights, in Africa, vultures compete for the biggest portion size. Like death's groupies, vultures circle the skies above the veldt, waiting for something to die. Strictly scavengers, they let disease or predators do the killing for them. And when lions get involved, they need to wait for them to finish. And then polish off what the cats leave behind. A wake of vultures can strip a carcass to the bone in minutes. Each vulture species prefers different parts. On Tanzania's Serengeti, a wake of vultures has to decide who's getting first dibs. Vultures often shadow migrating herds because sooner or later, somebody's bound to drop dead. The bird's keen vision and sharp sense of smell assure the victim won't rest in peace for very long. Something's already gnawed and abandoned this wildebeest, leaving the feast for the taking. The crowd gathers. Today, 2 vulture species tear in at the same time. It's not a display of avian altruism. It's more like a show of strength. About equally matched, they tolerate each other. Vultures typically fight like crazy to gain their place at the table. They base their social order on body size and beak strength. The big guys battle it out to win the tastiest bits, while the smaller vultures wait at the sidelines for their turn to pick the scraps. But even large, feisty vultures make way for the even feistier hyena. It's a love-hate relationship. Vultures love to have a hyena rip open a carcass for easier access, but they hate that she wants it all for herself. Once the hyenas have their fill, the vultures can continue their meal, or maybe not. The jackal wants his share, and he's much more aggressive about claiming it. But he's underestimated who he's dealing with. Dinner, at last, is served. Of course, aggression isn't just about competing for mates or food. It's also an important weapon for winning a turf war, even under the sea. Coral reefs are some of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet, providing a home for 1/4 of all marine life. While they may look like plants, corals are actually tiny, soft-bodied animals called polyps. These relatives of anemones and jellyfish build individual limestone structures to protect themselves, which over time form coral reefs. And in the process, polyps compete with each other for prime locations. The biggest battleground lies in the waters off Australia's northeast coast on the Great Barrier Reef. One of the 7 natural wonders of the world, the Great Barrier Reef is the largest structure on Earth made of living organisms. It's larger than the UK, Holland, and Switzerland combined. Under the light of a full moon, the corals are said to do what all organisms must: reproduce. In a spectacular mass spawning event, they release tiny egg and sperm bundles into the water. After fertilizing at the surface, the bundles will eventually sink back to the ocean floor, forming the basis of a new coral colony. Growing just inches every year, corals face a great many challenges, not the least of which are other corals. different coral species try to dominate their neighbors. They duel with stinging tentacles or expel filaments to digest their competition, often creating a cleared band where rivals have killed each other off. On healthy reefs, prime real estate is always in demand, not just by corals, but also algae, sponges, and clams. On the reef, these slow-motion turf wars are never-ending, but corals can also form alliances with other organisms. When algae photosynthesizes, it provides energy for the corals. But this balance has reached a tipping point. A new aggressor is moving in, rising sea temperature. It stresses the corals, which evicts the colored algae, a process called bleaching. Without their algae energy source, the bleached corals lose vitality and are under even more stress. In their weakened state, the corals are more likely to be killed off, a tragedy for them and for all the marine life that depends on them. Over millions of years, coral has evolved ways to thrive and defend itself against intruders. But today, climate change presents one of its greatest challenges. Now we return to dry land. Very dry land. The African desert, where the Cape ground squirrel makes his home. These social rodents live in separate male and female groups. With overlapping ranges and scarce resources, conflict becomes a way of life. In South Africa, the Karoo Desert region is home to a large population of ground squirrels. In such a harsh environment, finding food is always a challenge. They spend about 70% of their day looking for it. Water's even scarcer. They get the moisture they need from the plants and insects they eat. And when the sun beats down, they put the top up for shade. When a beetle shows up, The hunt is on. The young male squirrel follows the scent trail, driving the beetle out and making the kill. But before he can reap the reward, he must fight for it. With an age-based hierarchy, the young male is forced to surrender his prize. Cape ground squirrels settle their differences by leaping. Squaring off with backs arched, rival squirrels compete to out-jump one another. The quick contest determines a winner, avoids injury, and saves energy. With the dispute resolved, order is restored, until a new threat approaches. The guard spots the predator and emits an alert call. Retreating to their burrows won't protect them from this enemy. They must face it in the open. They don't have much defense against the venomous cobra except limber feet and a gutsy attitude. They mob the snake and harass him. He won't be sneaking up on anyone around here. The strategy works. With their foe driven off, the Cape ground squirrels enjoy a period of relative ease in the desert. Now they can return to their own quarrels. While Cape desert squirrels have adapted to the life in the desert, these next animals can be found running free through much of the world. Horses. We call them wild, but because they're descended from domesticated stock, most wild horses are technically feral horses. But that doesn't make them act any less wild. Grace, speed, and stamina on their side, horses have few natural predators. Typically traveling in small herds, known as bands, they're constantly on the move, following grazing opportunities. It's when they stop that their social troubles begin. Besides grabbing a bite to eat, these stops are also a chance to grab power. Fights for dominance are usually brief, but can cause serious injury. Dominating one opponent is not enough to determine a horse's status. He must take on several rivals to stake his place in the band. Wherever horses run wild, some will always jockey for position. The drama plays out in Western Australia's Gippsland Desert, which provides an unforgiving backdrop for its population of feral horses. In Australia, home to the largest number of feral horses in the world, they're called brumbies. And many roam in Western Australia's Gippsland Desert. For the brumbies of the desert, status provides access to a precious commodity, water. With the strongest members of the band lording over the waterholes, lower-ranking brumbies need to be inventive. They dig for water beneath the surface to quench their thirst. But even these makeshift drinking holes can't cool their tempers. It starts with harassment. Chasing and nipping one another to clear space. When neither brumby backs down, tensions escalate into an outright brawl. Horses fight with all they've got, charging and ramming or even biting. Their blunt teeth can tear flesh thanks to their powerful jaws, and their hardened hooves, both front and rear, can land devastating blows. The loser hobbles away, but the winner has paid heavily for his victory. His injury makes his next conquest far from certain. What is certain are more fights to come as the hierarchy constantly shifts and tempers flare. Whether it's herds of horses, colonies of meerkats, or coral superstructures, somebody always wants to be in charge. And that constant push and pull drives nature forward, little by little. It's an indisputable law of nature. For an animal to live, it needs to eat, often other animals. So the race begins, predator versus prey. A high-stakes game of hide and seek, where the hunter uses strength, stealth, speed, or smarts against its luckless target. For predators, that's what it takes to survive the wild. Beneath the calm surface, the ocean teems with predators, each with its own deadly strategy. Dolphins, plying the water in large social pods, are famously smart and playful mammals. When it comes to predation, the pod's strategies are no laughing matter. On the east coast of South Africa, on the Akulhas Bank, the dolphins get down to business. Each year, between May and July, pods gather to take part in a dazzling natural phenomenon. South Africa's Great Sardine Run. Following the seasonal cold current, the spawning sardines come together in their millions, forming shoals of up to 9 miles long and 100 feet deep. In pursuit, individual dolphin pods merge to form megapods 18,000 strong. But they're not the only predators with a taste for sardines. The commotion draws sharks from below, while Cape gannets follow the action from above, plunging after the sardines like fish-seeking missiles. They can hit the water head-on at close to 60 miles per hour thanks to their shock-absorbing skulls. Predators will shadow the sardines almost every inch of their perilous 750-mile journey. The feast won't last long, so the dolphins feed as efficiently as possible. In teams, they flank the sardines into densely packed bait balls. Then they take turns ploughing through, gobbling as many as they can. By corralling the mass of sardines into shallow water, the predators limit their escape route. But the frenzied, shimmering bait ball makes it hard for the dolphins to focus on their target. As the 2-month sardine run ends, the megapod disbands and the dolphins return to their smaller groups. When the sardines return next year, so will the dolphins. While dolphins fly through the water, further inland, another predator floats in the air. The Kestrel. About the size of a pigeon, Australia's smallest falcon uses an extraordinary technique to snag its quarry, earning it the nickname Wind Hoverer. In Central Australia, Alice Springs provides kestrels with plenty of hunting opportunities. From her perch, this female uses her keen eyesight to scan the landscape. It's been a tough day and her search yields nothing. Exhausted, she moves on, desperate to make a kill. Back at her nest, her chicks await their mother's return. She managed to scrounge an earthworm, but it's nothing more than a snack. She needs to keep looking. Her chicks depend on her for 4 months after they hatch, and she can't let them down. At last, she spots something moving. A mouse. No time to waste, she drops in for the kill. But she fumbles the strike and it escapes. She won't let it get away that easily. Ever patient, she takes to the air to perform her signature hunting move. If need be, she can remain pinned to the air even in 12 miles per hour winds. By extending the tips of her wings, she flies into the wind, cancelling her forward momentum and allowing her to hover. All the while, she makes micro adjustments to compensate for fluctuations in the breeze. She changes altitude, but she's not letting the mouse's burrow out of her sight. When the mouse appears, she makes her move. To the mouse, it's like she appeared out of thin air. No escape this time. At last, the Kestrel can feed her hungry chicks. While the Kestrel terrorizes mice in Australia, over in Africa lives a predator that terrifies just about everyone: the Nile crocodile. These cold-blooded reptilian strategists are the apex predators of their range. Despite the name, Nile crocodiles don't just stick to the Nile. They rule many of the continent's waterways, including South Africa's Sabi River. In this period of extreme drought along the Sabi, food's scarce. But the Nile crocodile shrugs it off. In his burrow along the riverbank, he enters a form of hibernation, waiting for life to return to the river. He can stay dormant for up to 2 years and awaken with a mean appetite. Small fish and birds don't interest him. He's hankering for a pig meal. Fortunately, large game, and lots of it, is coming his way. Migrating wildebeest are heading toward the river. For them, the sabi is an obstacle in the way to better grazing grounds. And to cross it, they'll need to pay a toll to the crocodiles. With just its eyes and nostrils above the waterline, the crocodile stakes his ambush position along the water's edge. Submerging completely, they glide into place and wait motionless for hours until the perfect moment to strike. Whether the wildebeest know about the danger or not, there's no way around it. Meanwhile, the croc joins his comrades to welcome their guests with open jaws. No one's going home hungry today. While he prefers to strike at the water's edge, during the stampede, crocs change tactics to hunt midstream, where they have the advantage. Usually, if he can't catch a wildebeest, maybe a zebra will do. No luck there either. But now, another wildebeest. He'll try to hold it under in his jaws and drown it. He's joined by the others. Together, they share the spoils. Because their teeth are better at grabbing prey than chewing it, group feeding allows the crocs to use each other as leverage to tear off bite-sized pieces. They make the most of the feast while it lasts. And then make do until migration time comes again. The croc may be the apex predator in Africa's rivers, but the ocean boasts a predator poster girl all its own. The great white shark. These highly adapted hunters are the largest predatory fish on the planet. Just the sight of their grey fin cutting through the water strikes terror in humans and marine life alike. But most of their victims never see them coming. This sly carnivore prefers to attack from below. The Southern Ocean, bordering South Australia, is home to a healthy population of great whites. These coastal waters provide plenty of dining opportunities because they're also popular nesting grounds for sea lions. This colony basks on the shore and in the shallows out of the great white's reach. For now. But they'll need to enter open water to feed. When threatened, an easygoing sea lion might be able to outswim a great white, but just barely. If the shark hopes to catch one, she must strike her nimble prey unaware, coming at it from the depths. The great white's darker top blends with the ocean waters, making this giant fish almost impossible to see from above. With her sharp eyesight, keen sense of smell and electroreception, the shark locks in on her target and readies herself for the attack. The silent shark has the unsuspecting sea lions in sight. Surging upward from the depths, she makes her move. Just before impact, her eyes automatically roll back for protection. And then she'll dine well. But with her high-energy hunting strategy, it won't be long before she works up an appetite again. The shark's deep-water ambush strategy succeeds around half the time. But even prey that escapes can suffer devastating injury. Despite having few natural predators, the great white is classed as a vulnerable species. For all its might, its life in the ocean is often more at risk than some of the species it preys upon. While the great white strikes terror off the coast, deep inside the rainforest, a tiny hunter outwits its prey just as stealthily. The Porsche spider. This jumping spider, considered to be the most intelligent of the arachnids, plots strategies to snare its dangerous quarry, other, dumber spiders. In Queensland, Australia, the Cape York Peninsula is the hunting ground of the cunning Porsche. Porsche's exceptional eyes lock onto a potential meal. A green jumping spider. Moving with calculated nonchalance, the Porsche patiently draws in. Disguising her approach with an irregular, jerky gait, the Porsche looks more like a flapping leaf than a fellow spider. She'll even risk losing sight of her target in order to get as close as possible without being detected. At last, she strikes and fails and falls. But she'll learn from her mistake and refine her strategy. The next night finds her again, stalking the forest. A cross spider much larger than the Porsche would make a great meal, if she can manage it. Any miscalculation could cost her her life. This time she nails it, holding tight long enough to deliver her deadly venom. The Porsche's ability to learn from her experience makes her a potent predator. Every kill adds to her assassin's arsenal. Like most spiders, baby Porsche spiders get no help from their mothers. It's make it or break it from the moment they hatch. Only the smart ones survive. Before long, she's ready to eat again and returns to the hunt. This water spider doesn't know it yet, but she's on the menu. The Porsche takes advantage of her potential dinner's bad eyesight to move in close. But the water spider compensates with fast reflexes. The Porsche will keep that in mind the next time she sees one. While the Porsche spider creeps around on Queensland's leaves and twigs, down on the ground crawls another unshakable predator. The monitor lizard. Nearly 80 species of monitors live throughout the world. Australia might have more than its share with over 20 species. Down under, monitors are called goannas. Being lizards, monitors are literally cold-blooded killers. Australia's largest, the parenti, can reach over 8 feet. He's not fussy about what he eats. Anything from eggs to insects to small birds and mammals. In Queensland's Conondale National Park, a goanna will go on a hunting expedition. Swaggering through the eucalyptus forest, he's after something delicious. His flickering tongue sweeps chemical signals from the air toward a scent organ in his mouth. It guides him to his prey. He sniffs out a possum. But height won't help the little marsupial. The monitor makes sure he's found the right tree, then up he goes. Monitors have higher metabolic rates than other lizards, making them unusually active for a cold-blooded predator. Once they're well fed, they can live off their food for weeks without the need to eat. As the monitor closes in, the possum retreats to her nest. While she could easily escape through the canopy, her young cannot. She does her best to defend them. Her aggressive display finally drives the monitor off. Or does it? He's invested too much energy to give up so easily. The mother possum puts up a vicious fight, but she can't penetrate his hide as he devours her babies. The mother has lost everything, while the predator takes a rest before hunger drives him to hunt again. Some young animals need care and protection, and some absolutely do not. Evolution can produce some surprising survival strategies. Most caterpillars are perfectly happy to eat the leaves of the plants they were hatched on. They're voracious vegetarians, usually. On the isolated islands of Hawaii, a species of caterpillar has developed a taste for flesh. Everywhere else in the world, members of the moth genus Upathecia stick to the salad course, but not here. On the Hawaiian island of Oahu, the National Wildlife Refuge is home to several species of carnivorous Epithecea caterpillar. Within the forest, this caterpillar appears to be eating leaves. But in truth, she's setting her trap, shaping the leaf to capture what she really craves. The caterpillar chews away part of the leaf, anchors her hind legs to the stem, and waits. Her body is coated with sensitive hairs, and when unsuspecting prey walks over one of these hair triggers, she strikes. Immobilizing her prey in her vice-like pincers, she devours her victim alive. In the insect-filled forest, the caterpillar has no troubles attracting prey. There's never a shortage of fruit flies, the epithecial caterpillar's bread and butter. The flies may be tiny and fast, but not fast enough. 18 of the 20 caterpillar species native to Hawaiian Islands have evolved into carnivorous predators. Some epithecial, rather than looking like leaves, masquerade as twigs. As efficient and deadly as these ambush predators are, what's truly remarkable is that this is just one phase of its life cycle. After the caterpillar has eaten its fill of insects, it will cocoon itself and emerge as an unremarkable moth. On the open grasslands of the African savannah, where herds of grazers dominate the landscape, death can rush in on graceful cat paws, courtesy of the cheetah. But the fastest land animal needs more than speed to make it out here. She needs strategy. In Mozambique's Gorongosa National Park, she'll put that strategy to the test to feed her family. Her cubs are old enough to follow her, but too young to hunt. It's been a while since they last had a decent meal. she's on the lookout for game, but also for predators. She's only as fast as her slowest cub. When she reaches a hunting spot, she'll hide the cubs and carry on alone. She closes in on a mixed herd of zebra and wildebeest. Pacing the periphery, she scans for the herd's most vulnerable members. Concealing herself, she'll crouch low and creep in, closing the gap between her and her target. Lacking the bulk of larger predators, she depends on the element of surprise to make a quick kill. Dashing from 0 to nearly 60 miles per hour in just over 3 seconds, she can easily outrun her prey. But taking it down without injuring herself is the hard part. It demands timing and precision. Even when she makes her catch, she doesn't necessarily make the kill. Because she depends on speed, any injury that slows her down could mean starvation. So she retreats from conflict. She returns to her cubs empty-handed. With so many mouths to feed, she needs to rest up and try again, choosing a less ambitious target. A newborn wildebeest calf fits the bill. There's no stalking now, just a desperate dash through the herd. The cubs will finally get fed. But mother has to work quickly before other predators or scavengers steal her prize. The meal will satisfy the family for a little while. Then soon the mother will be on the hunt again. If all goes well, in about a year and a half, the cubs will be self-sufficient, expert hunters on their own. Even for animals at the top of the food chain, survival isn't a birthright. Large and small, for predator and for prey, making it in the wild depends on innate skill, plenty of practice, and sometimes sheer luck. Survival very often comes down to defense. And defense can take many forms. Some seek the safety of crowds. While others hide in plain sight. Some meet aggression with even stronger aggression, while others build fortresses against invaders. From armored bodies to feisty attitudes to outright deception. Defense has only one rule: do whatever it takes to survive the wild. The rolling grasslands of the African savanna is a proving ground. Every day, herds of grazers test their defenses against stealthy predators. And one of these groups of hardy herbivores is built for the challenge: the African buffalo. Tipping the scales at close to a ton and with the shield of horns up to 40 inches long, it would make most predators think twice. With the body of a cow and the aggression of a tank, they've been known to turn the tables and attack human hunters. In Kenya's Masai Mara National Reserve, a herd of African buffalo is about to teach the local bullies a lesson. Sticking together by the hundreds or thousands is one secret of their success. Someone's always on the lookout. They don't intimidate the oxpecker birds, though, who love them for their ticks. But the herd's peaceful meal is about to be interrupted. Because some of their fiercest foes are making meal plans of their own. The lions play it cool, respecting the buffalo's defensive prowess. The big cats keep their distance, trying to single out a target. But the herd looks after its own, closing ranks around its weaker members. With the more aggressive male buffaloes guarding the peripheries, it's the lions, particularly the cubs, in danger now. The lions back off and the herd resumes its lunch. But despite appearances, they stay vigilant. Each buffalo sleeps for only a few minutes at a time, totaling just an hour over the course of the day. No wonder they can be so cranky. A lone lion tries his luck against the herd. But despite his sneakiest efforts, the cat's out of the bag. What the African buffaloes lack in hearing and eyesight, they make up for with a keen sense of smell. Suddenly the hunter becomes the game. Outnumbered and overpowered, the lion must wait until the buffalo lose interest and move away. Eventually, the humbled king of the beasts slinks home. And once again, by defending the herd, the buffaloes have defended their title as Africa's boldest bovines. Far from the dry grasslands of the savannah and onto the lush meadows of Europe, where lives an insect whose defense is purely an illusion. The peacock butterfly starts life like most other butterflies, as a spiky-haired, ravenous caterpillar. It can spurt foul-smelling fluid to scare off predators. When it's eaten its fill of nettles and hasn't been eaten by any predator, it undergoes one of nature's most astonishing transformations. A few weeks later, magic. The peacock butterfly. While its beautiful iridescent wings let the butterfly take to the air, they also hold the secret to this fragile creature's bold defense. In Scotland, the subarctic Shetland Islands will put the peacock butterfly's defenses to the test. The harsh winters challenge most animals here. Peacock butterflies take shelter wherever they can, often underground. But these flop houses can include some unfriendly neighbors, like this hungry mouse. Trapped here, the butterfly wouldn't ordinarily stand a chance against the ravenous rodent. But the butterfly literally turns his back on the imminent danger and saves the day. Standing its ground, the butterfly reveals 4 large eye spots that mimic the eyes of larger predators and scare off would-be attackers. The opening wings also make a hissing sound, adding to the fright, especially in the dark. Having survived the winter, the peacock butterfly emerges from its hideout and into a world of new dangers. Birds pose one of the biggest threats. Again, the similarity between the butterfly's eye spots and the eyes of larger birds of prey causes most avian predators to think twice before swooping in for the kill. Conversely, the peacock butterfly's drab underside gives it the option of disappearing. Switching between flamboyant threat displays and invisible camouflage, the otherwise defenseless peacock butterfly manages to avoid or intimidate predators. So, it can get down to the business of sipping nectar undisturbed. Far from the flowery fields of Scotland, and into the quiet depths of the sea, an unsung creature runs through a surprising repertoire of defensive tactics. That's the cuttlefish. This unlikely creature outwits its predators through illusion and subterfuge. In the Coral Triangle, the tropical waters of Indonesia, several species of cuttlefish play tricks on predators every day. These teeming waters hold many dangers for cuttlefish, including other cuttlefish. Juveniles and smaller species make tasty targets for larger, cannibalistic adults. Fortunately, they're masters of camouflage. Disguised as an unappealing piece of flotsam, the smaller cuttlefish drifts by danger undetected. Or blending into its surroundings, it waits for danger to pass it by. Of course, cuttlefish aren't the only predators in these waters, and the adults use similar techniques. Beyond their remarkable talent for changing color, they have the rare ability to alter the texture of their skin and vanish. But sharks don't always buy it. Their electroreception detects living things. So, the cuttlefish resorts to Plan B. A threatened cuttlefish can squirt ink from sacs between its gills to make his escape. For more than smokescreen, he can mix the ink with mucus to form a denser decoy cloud to lure the predator, while the real cuttlefish makes a hasty getaway. Having bought some time, the hunted cuttlefish blends in amongst the coral. The confused shark eventually moves on to find easier prey. Besides survival, the cuttlefish applies its colorful defense skills to mating behavior. Cuttlefish breed face to face. The male passes a sperm sac into an opening near the female's mouth. But first, he must compete against other males to win that right. Defensive threat displays and flashing colors are usually all it takes to determine who's boss. No fight necessary. But not always. Having won the right to breed, the male then defends the female from other suitors until she lays her eggs. Using his defensive talents to protect his life and lineage, he moves on to hunt among the reef. Cuttlefish are masters of self-defense. It's every fish for himself. But elsewhere in the ocean, fish rely on crowdsourcing to keep safe. Herring are some of the most abundant fish on the planet, so they must be doing something right. They thrive off the coast of Norway in the Atlantic Ocean. Their schools, spreading over several miles, can contain billions of fish. Because those enormous shoals shimmer like water, they're hard for predators to spot. But when they are sighted, dinner is served. Sea lions gang up on them. But as the predators strike, the shoal divides and instantly reforms, making individual fish hard to catch. Not all the herring escape, of course, but for each fish, the odds favor survival. The more herring in the school, the less chance of any one fish being eaten. And evasive tactics make catching a fish tougher still. Another way that herring schools protect their species is by procreating. A single herring can release between 50,000 and 200,000 eggs. They can equal up to 20% of her body weight, and they're fertilized after she lays them. With different schools spawning at different times of year, they avoid putting all those eggs in one basket. But they can't avoid predators. Herring spawn in shallow water, which makes them easy targets for shorebirds. While the birds feast on the adults above, the eggs, which sink to the bottom, get devoured by fish and crabs. The school suffers significant losses before it can return to the relative safety of the deep. They pay a price in the short term, but the school's breeding supports their long-term survival. Far from the salty open ocean and deep in the fresh streams and rivers of South America lives a family of agile hunters who don't back down to threats. Giant otters. The largest members of the weasel family, these amphibious mammals can weigh as much as an Irish setter. But it's their defensive skills, not just their size, that allow them to defend their stretch of the river. In Brazil's Joe National Park, a giant otter family will employ those skills against the larger, toothier foe. The highly social otters live in tight-knit family groups that fish together. Slippery when wet, these dexterous hunters have sharp hearing and underwater vision. Plus, they're smart, sticking to shallower water where they can more easily trap fish. And when danger comes, they band together. Here comes trouble now. A caiman, the largest of the alligators, in the mood for something more than fish. The otters play it cool, so long as he keeps his distance. But he doesn't. Submerging to avoid detection, he begins his approach. The otters swing into action, rounding up the kids and moving them out of harm's way. They'll be safe in the den along the riverbank. But that's not good enough. The adults return to the water, believing that when it comes to caiman, the best defense is a good offense. The otters gang together, led by an adult male. They surround their adversary and attack from all sides, including above and below. Swimming in from one direction, an attacking otter will swivel at the last instant to inflict an unexpected bite. The otters, sometimes called river wolves, deliver a relentless assault. Like a wolf pack, they surround the caiman who can't escape. And succumbs to its injuries. The giant otters will eat well tonight, flipping the notion of who is predator and who is prey. some animals' method of defense is painfully obvious. For example, the porcupine. Among the largest and certainly the prickliest of rodents, around 24 species of porcupine live throughout the world. While porcupines in the Americas can climb trees, their cousins in Africa, Europe, and Asia stay on the ground. But in terms of defense, that's missing the point. It's all about the quills. In Botswana's Okavango River Delta, a family of porcupines make the best of a sticky situation. In the sandy grassland of the delta, they enjoy a leisurely meal. But they catch the attention of one of the delta's deadliest predators. The young leopard is tempted by the prospect of food he doesn't have to chase. But he's about to learn there's no such thing as a free lunch. When threatened, the porcupine fans out her quills into a spiny shield. She will stand her ground until the attacker loses interest. If that doesn't happen, the porcupine can charge and stab her opponent. The leopard cautiously tests out the defensive spikes. The porcupines turn their backs on him, exposing their thicker, sharper quills. Maybe from underneath? No luck. The porcupines mainly ignore him. Until they've had enough. One strikes, spiking the leopard's paw. The leopard is lucky. The barbed quills are designed to remain embedded. He limps away with just a puncture wound. And a lesson on foods to avoid. Without drama or fuss, the porcupines prevail, winning the right to continue grazing undisturbed. Some animals that lack built-in defenses develop ways to build their own. And no one does that better than the tiny termite. Colonies of 1 or 2 million of them, each no bigger than a grain of rice, construct elaborate fortresses. Built of nothing more than earth, spit, wood pulp and feces, these towers can rise over 17 feet. In Uganda's Kampala National Park, an invading army is about to put the termite mound to the test. Termites have finessed their building skills over 50 million years. Their mounds can stand for thousands of years after they've moved out. This one's been bustling for a while. The millions of termites in the colony act like one giant organism devoted to a single goal, serving the queen. It pays off. A termite queen can live more than 20 years. But a threat to the queen and the colony approaches. A legion of army ants, the termite's greatest enemy. These home invaders can kill the colony and pilfer their eggs to feed their own colony. The ants meet little resistance and pour into the mound. But that's part of the termite strategy. Within the labyrinth of chambers and tunnels, the termites mobilize to meet the threat. Beneath them, the queen's attendants seal her chamber against the invaders. If the queen is lost, so is the colony. By allowing the ants to infiltrate the mound, the termites divide their army and halt their advance. As the ants are forced to travel in single file, the termites can fight them one-on-one. Termites design their tunnels as bottlenecks, so soldier termites can block them with their bodies. The termites face the ants on their own terms. The ants, slowed down, lose their advantage. The siege lasts for hours, but eventually the termites prevail and they chase the surviving ants from the mound. The termite colony has suffered heavy casualties, but their strategy saved the day and their queen. Out on the open grasslands of Africa's savannah, a battlefield where predators perpetually clash with prey, zebras employ their effective defenses. It seems like their distinctive striped coat would make them stand out like targets. But the truth is not so black and white. By standing in groups, their multiple eyes and ears keep them alert to danger. And the bigger the group, the less chance any one of its members will be taken down by a predator. But inevitably, someone draws the short straw. Foals make the most vulnerable targets, and the herd tries to protect them. The zebra's bold stripes might actually help hide the animals by breaking up their outline against the landscape. While the stripes might also keep them cool, it's often believed that when zebras stand together, the stripes create a dazzling motion that predators find hard to focus on. Zebras also tend to hang around other grazers, perhaps hoping a hungry lion will pick a wildebeest over a zebra. But even on its own, a zebra's heightened senses of smell, sight, and hearing mean it's rarely taken by surprise. And with better stamina than most predators in their range, a zebra can usually outrun its pursuer. In southern Kenya, the zebras at Tsavo National Park will test their defenses against a fast and stealthy predator. Out for a meal, a large cat with a big advantage. The cheetah, the fastest animal on land. Target sighted, a zebra foal. In range, he launches the attack. 60 miles per hour in 3 seconds. The foal is no match. But Mum's got his back. Now the herd's dominant stallion finishes the job. The brave counterattack will make the cheetah think twice before striking again. While zebra remains on the menu, this foal gets a second chance thanks to the power and feistiness of its herd. Out on the plains or under the sea, alone or in groups, animals do what they can to stay alive. When it comes to defense, fight or flight is seldom either or. Between those extremes lies a world of ways to survive the wild.